Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're James and with Games. Happy Monday, folks. Unusual schedule for our Disco Elysium playthrough this weekend because Sunday got busy, but it's a long weekend here in Canada. And I guess also in America. I don't know about the European situation. In the United States, it's President's Day. That's not what it is here, and it never will be. But it is Family Day. It's I don't know. It's a generic holiday. Exactly the first time they ever had it. Hello, Cedric. Welcome. The first time that we had this new holiday in Canada, our province called it Viola Desmond Day after a great civil rights hero of Nova Scotia. And then they were like, it's going to be a rotating thing, though. It's not permanently Viola Desmond Day. And then since then, I think it's just called Nova Scotia Heritage Day in a generic sense. I think they should have stuck with Viola Desmond Day. But what are you going to do? Here we are. Disco Elysium, 7th session. We're in the middle of Tuesday afternoon. Investigation feels like it's going well, but it's tough to put a finger on these things. My version of Harry Dubois is doing his best to resist the devil on his shoulder. We'll see how that goes. Or if it even turns out to be wise. Rigo Death, welcome. Disco Dreamers. That's us, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I don't think any further ado is necessary. Let's fire it up. And then make it visible for everybody. And then adjust the volume. Oh, is it not like a proper holiday, like schools closed and stuff like that? Ours is a weird thing where it's a proper holiday in the sense that things are closed, and not a proper holiday in the sense that there's no cohesive theme to it. Wow. Strange. Seems like the day called President's Day would be a one that got some significance attached to it. America does love its founding fathers mythology, right? Okay, so here we are. 2:52 p.m. or 1452 hours on day 2, which is a Tuesday. This game started on a Monday. And I just got done having a nice talk with Joyce where I learned about rich people and the world and some history. I didn't learn about rich people. I needed to learn about the world from a rich person. And I did. The richest person I know, Joyce. And now, well, actually, you never know. Evrard Claire could potentially be secretly richer than Joyce. Or maybe his brother. We've got plenty of stuff on the to-do list, but let's see. Oh, wow. Interesting. Seems like you would want to keep both of those. Like, whatever you think of George Washington as a person, he did, he was the first president and he led the revolution to create the country in the first place. And obviously, Abraham Lincoln, the best president. Well, it should be Lincoln. I don't want to get all political and offend Mr. Bezos' new policies here. But Lincoln is the best one. Okay, so let's just take stock. Finding the armored gloves, I might just never do. But even if I do, we gotta go down the coast, and the canal lock will not be open until Wednesday. Find smokes. I'm not going to complete this quest if I can help it. Track down your badge. We don't have a plan here. Maybe our Claire has it. The victim's tattoos. Find someone who has thoughts about them. Keep looking for the collar. No leads. Find a way into the secret passage. I'm not sure how. Sing karaoke. I haven't found a tape. Smoker on the balcony we can do, but we can't do it until 2100 hours. Morel is down the coast. Can't go till Wednesday. I'm not confident that it's a good idea to talk to the scab leader right now. If I get desperate for something to do, maybe I'll throw caution to the wind. But I feel like I should have Lieutenant Kim on hand if I'm going to do that. The doomed commercial area, right. That'd be a good way to farm experience, possibly. Complete the smoking quest, get the experience for that. Complete the quitting quest. Just keep going back and forth. This one is currently progress locked because I tried and I failed. Got to level up my authority or get some other kind of bonus to try it again. This one's interesting. I've already made up my mind because whatever Art wants to do, there's the good part, build like a community center or something down the canal in the little fishing village. But the bad part is that they very much want to bully the local residents out without compensating them. So I've, in my heart, committed to just, instead of actually getting it signed, get forgeries. Because then I'm still getting my reward from Evart, because it'll be days, weeks even, before it comes up that these are forged signatures. But in the meantime, he'll be like, hey, you did the thing. And you know, it did occur to me while the song was playing at the start. Maybe I know a couple of little shithead kids who'd be into this idea. Maybe Kuno Esse, in particular, is like a talented forger. Alternately, maybe Cindy the Skull. Okay, I got people to talk to about that. And then perform ballistics analysis on the bullet. I believe I'm stuck on that one due to a lock. Let's find out. Titus Hardie. I need authority to try that one again. Ooh, I can take a crack. It's a long shot, but I could go to René and see if my improved composure can win him over. But where is the... going down. Scrolling down. Kind of a tricky little menu here. Cargo container door. Need to upgrade my rhetoric for that, and it's still a super long shot. Backyard wall. Crime. Where specifically is the thing that I just said? Oh, the bullet. Maybe it just does not appear in here because it's in my pocket. Probably. Okay. Well, I think step one for me, two steps actually. Maybe Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife, will have new dialogue now that I've learned a little bit more about the world. And then also I can start looking for someone who wants to help me with my forgery. So let's go talk to Cindy. Talk to Cindy. Talk to Kuno. And Kuno Esse. Kuno Esse? Yeah. She's a little jerk. I don't care if I'm pronouncing her name right. Hey, Cindy, you like doing forgeries?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
No. I'll catch you later, Cindy. Good to see you. I just thought maybe you'd be into committing a crime that sort of involves art skills. And also sticks it to the machine. But I guess not. Let's go with the other door. I'm learning. This will get us to our awful little red-headed friends a little more quickly. Oh wait, not the balcony. Don't go back there until it's time. Oh, but I'm on the wrong side. Because, like, Kuno SA is not going to like if I try to talk to her here. Oh, let's try it.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out?
No.
Get away, pig!
No, I thought you might like to help me with a crime. Okay. I'll see if Kuno is into committing the cool crime of forgery. I guess there's we could do a lot of going around and just talking to people. Who could be the forger? Could the bored girl at Fritz be into forgery? Would Annette like to have a little bit of cloak and dagger in her life? Might as well talk to her as I walk past. What's the worst that can happen?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for
No.
more books?
No. Just saying hi. Catch you around, Annette. Tease shit ain't nothing to me. Excuse me. I'll make my own way, Saul. Always have, always will. Well, you take care, sir. Keep on keeping on. But hey, Kuno.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
No. At least it's not obvious
Kuno
if there are
doesn't
options.
fucking care.
Kuno, I find it hard. I mean, maybe Kuno doesn't care enough about school, and his parents probably don't either, that he's ever felt the need to forge a sick note. Just like, whatever. Kuno doesn't fucking go to school if Kuno doesn't want to go to school. Oh, hey, Dizel Zero. The best viewers are already right here, and I didn't have to pay a dime for them. So, have fun in the cornfield. Catch you never. Maybe Lena's into forgery. What's my level up situation? I have 2 skill points. I could take another crack at authority. It's just humiliating every time I fail. And if Kim was with me, I'd have more authority. Then again, would I lose some of that authority for having waited? Or could I even just miss my shot with these guys if I wait till tomorrow? Is there anything I could do that would cause Kim to come back more quickly?
Oh,
I don't know.
hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
Oh yeah. Hey, I do actually have some news. Did you know that the water lock on the canal is actually broken? That might in and of itself explain your husband's absence.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Probably just some technical problem.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. You've spared me another sleepless night.
All right. Well, they're hoping to get it working tomorrow.
Listen,
So I'll get
sweetie,
down there and
I
take a
hate to
check.
ask, but if your investigation
I will.
is to take you to the other side of the coast, please
Oh,
do
Lena,
keep
don't you
an eye
worry.
out for my husband.
Of course.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
Hey, if I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there. Look at this one. I spent too much time on this side case. I've spent literally nothing. It's a side case. It's incidental. I'm just absorbing the information by coincidence.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Oh, you're welcome. So your husband's some kind of scientist.
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
And what exactly is cryptozoology?
It's really just a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious.
Are they real, though?
Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Oh, yeah. Geez. I tried to get my... Yeah, you'd mentioned that, Regodeth. And maybe I'll find it. Perhaps. If, like... If enough in-game time goes by without me having accomplished anything, maybe I'll be ready to beg for a hint. But so far, I've been trying to just let it fall. So
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
hey, could you? I mean, this cryptozoology thing sounds kind of cool. Has your husband found some cool cryptids?
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Yeah, come on, fill me in. Give me the lowdown, the scoop, the news.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
So, well, what's the biggest cryptid?
That would be the giant of Coconur.
She says as if it's common knowledge. Oh, right. Yes, of course. What was I thinking? Forgotten everything else, but who could forget the giant of
The
Coconur?
giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Coconur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Wait. What do you mean strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
She does not elaborate on the nature of this luminance any further. Okay. How big is this giant?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Sounds kind of dangerous.
The towering luminosity of Coconur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Is that just... okay.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Coconur must be the largest animal the planet can support.
Impressive that the planet can support it without anyone ever being able to confirm it exists.
There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Coconur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Right, of course. A gravity and see, that makes sense.
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
So, going in the opposite direction, what's the smallest one?
Cryobacter catlensis.
She answers immediately. Cryobacter catlensis.
Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kutla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
Oh, so this one's real. I mean, what's so special about this one?
The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history.
Oh, did they defrost that?
Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
No doubt. I'm sorry. Can we actually back up? She found ancient bacteria that predated civilization and she shot up with it?
Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
It's not? So, did it work? Is there an immortal geologist?
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away.
Who's bearing witness to her stopped aging if all her friends had abandoned her?
We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
I mean, Lena, honey, you can assume any fucking thing you want. What's the most dangerous cryptid?
The gnome of Jeroma.
The gnome of Jeroma. That doesn't sound as bad as the ancient bacteria or the giant of Coconur.
Oh, it is. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
Right. So what does it look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at.
Right.
A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it.
Oh.
It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
Right. Oh, did they take any photos when they did this autopsy?
Alas, no.
Oh.
And the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom.
Sure.
Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
She says, mostly to herself. Yeah, it's a real shame how not a single piece of evidence remains that this thing existed.
Alas, always, alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
I don't have any, what do I have to gain from antagonizing Lena? It's fine. We don't need to be a skeptic here. This is not part of our investigation.
Sure, a perfectly good explanation. It dissolved in its own venom. Go on then. Ask about more gnomes or whatever.
All right, Logic, can I introduce you to our mutual friend Tact here? You gave me this pen. Should I be using this pen to forge? So, what's this cryptid? Is it a cryptid?
It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
War story?
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
Wow, with its saliva. Totally the opposite of that gnome.
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
And this green ape was an undiscovered subspecies of us?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners.
I think there's a name for the attitude you're describing here, Lena. We call it. It's a little racist, don't you think? That thing you just said about my partner?
I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are in any way inferior to us. In some ways, they are superior. Every species has its advantages and disadvantages.
Lena, we gotta get you a level up so that you can spend a skill point to get this shit out of your head.
The kind green ape, too, is in some ways superior to us. Such kindness as it is demonstrated is not common among humans.
But the kind green ape is an individual. You see the problem, right? Between forecasting the moral superiority of individuals versus types of people?
Granted, kindness may not be an evolutionary advantage.
Yeah, a lot of real edgy people like to say shit like that, but actually, the reason that humans managed to drive to extinction most of the megafauna on the planet is all about cooperation and kindness. Are there any invisible cryptids?
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
And what? Tell me of it.
The Col de Mama d'Aqua, or thin whisper of sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Right-o. So what does this sound wave sound like?
Like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
If there's a sound that nothing can possibly hear, so it's a living sound wave? It's an animal, but it's a sound wave?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Just this one, though? What evidence is there of the animal being a sound? Why do we believe
Plenty.
this?
It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Yeah, songbirds.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
And I'm glad that it gives her this happiness.
They realized
You'll notice I'm not
they had
challenging her
discovered a new
on her
species
loony
and called it the
cryptozoology beliefs, but I'll call it her racism.
after the Paracanasian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Go on.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and
She smiles.
even began to name some of them.
Ooh, they named them.
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
And what makes the Mamadaqua so afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaqwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
Oh, I think I know this.
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
They cancel each other out.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Really seems like that must have been a predictable outcome of this experiment.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Culta Mamadaqua population anywhere.
Interesting. So, what about,
What?
man, I don't know. I just can't get enough of these cryptids.
I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to end up doing that. Tell me more about Morel. You know, like what he looks like, what he's like,
Oh dear,
your
I'm
relationship.
not sure where to begin.
What does he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and
Man.
curious, like a small boy's.
Like what color hair
And
does
his
he have?
palms are quite coarse
Medium
from all
build?
field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around forever sure feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. You were so You're so good at describing the cryptids. Can you think of Morel as though he were a cryptid? And give me a scientific description?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame.
That might just be my
And
heels.
He has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even. One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even
Okay,
if he's
so
not out in the reeds, you know,
pop up my-
just in case.
Whip out my detective notepad and write mad scientist. How long have the two of you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn.
Her smile is
Not
soft.
the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
Oh, that's so sweet. How'd you two meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he just divorced.
Oh, man. We'll be very careful if Dr. Morel wants to bring me into a take me to a third location to show me something.
We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Yeah, she yada yada'd the entire relationship. Well, I guess that's everything I need for now. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Of course. Now, can we bring it all together, and can you tell me about the cryptid that Dr. Morel is looking for?
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
She catches
I
herself.
shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Right, of course.
Oh, yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insular Indian coast.
Ooh.
Hence, it's named the Insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering it with us, officer.
She looks you right in the eye and nods thoughtfully. Well, you know, I get some good rolls now and then. What makes you think that it's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
And that's enough to prompt this whole investigation?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
That is okay.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
Hey, if nothing else, we're doing a good thing by just cheering her up and gently calling out her racism. You seem really excited with
I
this cryptid.
suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insular Indian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Wait, why? I wish I had a question to drill down on that. Is this a dangerous phasmid?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
So it could sneak up and strike a sudden death blow. Is Dr. Morel retiring off his discovery if he finds this?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Yeah, of course. 70 powers? Does it do
Yes,
anything?
It can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds.
Her
It's
face
how
lights
it's
up at the
stayed
thought of
hidden
it.
all these years. Centuries, even.
Okay. So what's so special about her? Just that it looks like a reed?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
Woman's face flushes with embarrassment. What's going on here?
Morel can explain it all much better.
Okay.
I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
How much do I want to humor this old, mildly racist lady? Oh, I'm a good guy. At least I'm trying to be. I'd like to hear even more about cryptids, if you don't mind, Lena.
Of course, dear. Is there a particular cryptid that you're interested in learning about?
No, sorry. The coloring of the dialogue option misled me into thinking I might have something else to say. I can't get enough of these
Glad you
cryptids.
like them, but
Yeah.
I'm not really one to tell you about.
Well, I
all
will,
of
hopefully,
them.
on
You
Wednesday.
should ask
I'm
my
sorry if I'm
husband
rushing you,
if get
but
the
I,
chance. He's the
you take
real
care, Lena.
expert.
You take care. Take good care. Hey, Gart.
Can I help you?
No. Not if you're not going to offer to forge anything for me. Yeah, if the lady's up here smoking, maybe I can... Might as well talk to everybody. In the quest of trying to find out who's interested in helping me lie. Oh, she's not up here. Le Parba, 26 centigrade. Arid. What's on my mind?
Could it be the Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Is it though? Is there a ringing? Even if it's not the Koldo Mama Dakwa.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear.
Like, it seems entirely possible that I have tinnitus, but...
Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
What if it's a really cool bird, though?
Honestly, your ear...
What if it has my fucking badge in its
The
nest?
distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
I don't know. Let's listen closely.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species.
I'm not really sure it's that, but it could be something. You never know. Gotta trust your hunches.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you.
Maybe.
Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
I'm gonna hold very still and hope the bird comes. No, I'm gonna move my head toward the sound.
Oh no. The sound.
That.
It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go
Should have
after
waited.
it.
Maybe it would have landed on my shoulder.
No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
Oh, let's give it a shot. Come on.
Keep your ears peeled, then.
No.
If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
What's going on in my thought cabinet? I'm working on I have internalized rigorous self-critique, which gives me healing when I fail. Yeah, that's probably what it is just that there's just a long list of vices that my brain wants me to indulge in. Not just the drugs. There's probably a part of me that's just itching to, stick a gun in my mouth and be like, I'll do it.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Hey, it's a long shot, but maybe I can do it. I'll hit him with my best verse. All right, Tommy, hold on.
Your best verse?
Nah.
You don't even have a bad verse in here.
Terrible roll.
Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
She broke me, Tommy. She fucking broke me.
That's brutal, man. But time will...
Yeah. Hold on. Tommy. A hip hop, a hip it to the hip hop, and she broke me, man. She fucking broke me.
No, stop. He's already mortified.
But I can't stop. All right, Tommy, listen to this. Now, what you hear is not a test. She fucked me till I bled. Oof. It's not real. Man, it's not my actual thoughts. It's just shitty poetry.
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but...
No, it's not. I'll never be the same again. She's always there. I don't even remember her. She's always there. Fuck everything, man.
Yeah.
Doom. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Yeah. They definitely weren't robust. That's fair. That's a fair critique. What are your thoughts on the strike, Tommy?
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
You know what the union's demand is?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? Forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
That's pretty magnanimous, considering they're really fucking up your day, Tommy.
I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
What do you think Wild Pines is after?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
Yep, that checks out. What else do you think I should know?
Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid.
Smiles awkwardly.
Not that I blame them, really.
And yet not you.
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes. I've been trying the examined life these last 36 hours, Tommy. I don't know that I like it better than transient pleasures.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Yeah, that's all for now, man. If I come up with if I get like a couplet that I think is a good start, maybe I'll come back, try to slam down some more rhymes for you. Until then, hey, be easy. Hey, you piece of shit. Want to make a quick buck doing a forgery?
Looking for something?
No. If I'm looking for something, I'm not going to find it here. Because you're nothing to me. Excuse me, young lady.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
It really feels like you know how to forge signatures, but okay. How good do the forgeries even need to be? Can I not just do this my fucking self with a pen? I don't think I can. Hey, I've got the kind green ape pen. Can I hold it? No, because items are just junk. Okay. This is the petition.
Documents out of the envelope.
There's nothing new to say. All right. Onwards. So I finally beat Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom, which I've been playing since like Christmas. Felt good about that. I thought it was a solid little game. It's not really that little of a game, but it is little in this. It's a small Zelda. I really enjoyed it, and cleared me up to play the other game that I got for Christmas. So I've started playing Dragon Quest III, the HD 2D remake, and it's great so far. I really appreciated that among their quality of life options, one of them is a mini map that can constantly have an objective marker. And yet, oh, you know what? Pop a little magnesium. Ah, yeah. That hits the spot. But the big thing... Hey, man, you like doing forgeries? I'm just down on my luck looking for someone to forge a signature.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
I don't need to beg this dude for money. I'm really interested to see what the next... Because, like, there's... You never know. They could just be like, all right, Breath of the Wild is just the model. Let's make another one. but it can't possibly be going to reuse the same Hyrule map. So it would at least have to be new in that way. But at the same time, like, that has never been. Like, have we ever got more than 2 main lines at, like, Ocarina of Time? And then they were like, all right, we got all this shit. Let's make Majora's Mask. I guess Link's Awakening they gave to Capcom to make 2 the Oracle games. But generally speaking, yeah, like, these are not... These are not games in a series that really try to... I was gonna sound weird. Do you have any recordings of the Goldo Mamadakwa?
The Goldo Mamadakwa? Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter.
I mean, I have hobbies, man. Just like all normal people. I'm a normal person. Just innocent man.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply otherwise.
No, it's all good.
But it's been a while since I've gone hunting for the Goldo Mamadakwa myself.
The Goldo Mamadakwa. I'm going to try to get the enunciation on that right next time.
Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead.
Sonic Youth?
This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that.
It sounds so cool.
Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Goldo Mamadakwa. And he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search.
You ever find her, Roy?
We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Goldo Mamadakwa.
Number 9. Can I hear it?
Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for.
Yeah. Jeez. That'd be great for my research.
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning.
Righto.
Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
He switches on the tape player. The speakers begin to emit a low hum.
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers.
Kind of warm in here, Roy.
Also from inside your
Do you find it
chest.
warm in here?
Breathing
like
is becoming
unusually
difficult.
Kind of bad in here.
Not good. You're about to start suffocating.
Okay.
You have to stop this.
All right, maybe.
There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you.
Are you playing the song or am I the song?
It feels as though someone is
Roy.
standing just outside of your range.
What are you doing to me, buddy? What's going on here?
Doing this to you.
Roy.
He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse,
British.
higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit
Happy
your
Monday.
eardrums.
Oh, no. Can you not see I'm in distress here, Roy?
Seabirds, most likely. Gulls and such.
I don't want to rain on his parade, though. What is that?
Gulls and skewers. But
Raises a pointer finger. Inclines his head toward the speakers. A new, very high-pitched, shivering sound emerges amidst the others. Well, I'm glad you were able to stop by. Oh, we're having fun. Don't you worry.
That's it.
I hope you have fun with whatever you're off to do.
The noise. The thin whisper.
Hold on. My chest is loosening up a little.
The low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling.
I can handle troubling.
You are
as long as it doesn't
mesmerized
literally
by
suffocate.
the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
I'm glad you got that glass between us, Roy. I don't want to puke on your face.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Caldimamadaqua. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear.
Yeah.
Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds.
Yeah, I mean, there were at least 5 experience points worth of fascinating. I gotta go, Roy. I gotta get some air. I gotta go outside. I need cool air. You take care of yourself, Roy. Alright, folks, I'm gonna run to the washroom, brief intermission, and I'll be right back with you. Hang tight. And we're back. So, man, on Saturday, as I mentioned on Saturday, we went to a drag brunch event at a local bar, and it was awesome. Had a great time. Who's this fella?
G'day to you, officer.
Oh, it's the man on the waterlock.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami.
This guy looks way more put together in his portrait than he does in his
eyes are fixed
model,
on a man
his 3D model.
on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
Okay, finish my thought real quick, which is that this is a great event, and so I was excited both because it was really fun and because it seems like a really welcoming thing where they're into having newbies. So my nascent drag career, I'm optimistic within a few months, maybe I'll be performing one of these. And in the course of the event, they mentioned, or they had a thing, lip sync roulette. Like everybody throw in names of songs and we're going to pick one at random and then do it on the spot. And I had an idea that I kicked in that then immediately, as soon as I said it, I was like, I wish I hadn't done that. I hope they don't pick it. Now I want to do that because I have this vision now in my mind of doing Celebrity Skin by Hole. Get a pink Stratocaster. Only play it for like the first verse and chorus and then dramatically throw it because I'll try to get a cheap piece of shit that I don't care about. Anyway, cool. I'm excited. Like she technically has, in the sense that like the first time, like the whole birth of Jamie Rose was a student drag show that they invited me to perform at. But yeah, it's exciting. I love performing, and I have missed I get a lot of performance satisfaction in some ways out of doing these streams, especially the ones where like playing Lolo, I'm just playing Lolo. Except that one time I played Lolo as Jamie. But I, like doing this, like I'm getting something out of this as a performer because I'm like riffing with the characters, trying to get in the headspace of Harry Dubois. But not necessarily the headspace, play the character, not make myself feel like him. And, but yeah, like I've long missed performing, and I got into a bad spot in my 30s where I realized every time I went to anything, because like I dated a belly dancer for many years, and so like they bring me to belly dance shows, burlesque shows. Their best friend is like the burlesque queen of Halifax, drag shows by extension, and then just like go to see local bands, like anything like that. Just like I enjoy myself, but also feel sad because I'm like, man, I wish I was doing that. And now it feels like, okay, I found a thing and I can do it. And blessedly, it's turned the corner. There was a long time in my life where like looking like, much younger than my age was frustrating. You're like an underemployed 26-year-old with a master's degree cleaning the floors at the hospital, and people keep stopping you to be like, are you old enough to be working in the hospital, young man? It's kind of annoying. But now, discovering a thing I would like to do that involves a heavy component of being pretty just before I turn 40. It's like, okay, good, great. Okay, this is paying off. First things first, sir. What do you do here, man on the waterlock?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
Oh, nice.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Fair.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
Man on the waterlock picks the skin off slice of salami, takes a big bite, a sizable bite. You know what caused all this?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
Oh, yeah.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Shouldn't be taking risks while you're driving.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
You know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
He thinks for a moment.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Right. Well, hey, good talk. Can we wave across? Can we talk to Barry the Butcher? Butter sign down. Let's investigate.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
What's Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it.
No, I don't want to pre-poison my relationship with Barry the Butcher. by getting in on the stealing of his salami. Okay. I'm feeling, like a C- chance that I can figure this out. Let's just... Okay. David Fincher movie time.
Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal.
Nah, I don't know.
No use rubbernecking now.
Nah, no, that. Nobody knows. Okay. I don't think I'm talking to this bloke until such time as I'm over there. So. Cool to finally know exactly where it is. Didn't have much to say to this guy. I don't need to beg him for money. I got a bunch of junk I can pawn. Although, until I have a pressing need for money, I'm just going to hang on to every single thing on the off chance it turns out to have some other application in the game. Well, I mean, maybe I'll succeed on this legendary roll. Get double sixes. Have a breakthrough with old René. Or maybe these guys like forging shit.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you?
Well, let's give it a shot. What is it about this man? Can I crack the nut of René Arnaud?
As René turns from you to his
Hell yes, I can. Didn't even need the double
the medals
sixes.
on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
Well, let's count them then, out of respect.
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Ooh, what's that cross made of?
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles.
Okay.
The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle.
And the sun?
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
Valiance. Hey, your medals, did you get them for showing Valiance?
For bravery.
Valiance.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
That's what I was going to say. Bravery.
I'm sure, but I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies.
Whoa. Honestly, René, I don't know if it's become clear. Remember when I tried to play Boule by pitching your Boule into the sea? I don't know the reputation of anything. I'm not even really that... Like, Joyce told me a bit about the war.
Son, we should never forget our past. Lots of mistakes were made back then. But there were also lessons.
Honestly, even having forgotten, I've learned some lessons just by having people explain my conduct to me over the past few days.
Forgetting those times means the mistakes were for nothing. That all those people died for nothing.
That's a tough thought.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
The hell else am I doing? What did you get the medals for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shat themselves.
Come on.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
He saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious.
Right.
King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest.
He's running his fingers over the larger medal as we speak.
Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle.
He spits.
Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
I am not going to tiptoe up to... Jeez. Like Humphrey Bogart in the Maltese Falcon, beating up Peter Lorre and then smelling his handkerchief. And, that kind of casual homophobia. No, thank you. So what happened?
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean, made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion.
Wow. Couldn't they have given him a more symbolic command?
Were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
This must have been a bloodbath.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Oof. Usually a prince needs to be at the long line of a path of inbreeding to get to that state.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Ah. And what did you do? You saved his life after that?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Good God.
Capitaine Arnaud, le fléau des chevaux.
Ah, oui, oui.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me.
Did they miss you because you were covered in horse?
The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Honestly, I think I'd give up. Can't imagine living without my jaw.
He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up.
He says this with a shadow of respect on his face. He just didn't pause long enough to let it happen.
Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jailless freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit.
Yeah, I think there's a case to be made.
He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that.
What? What are the medals
13
for?
months later, I received this one for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
If it's not worth mentioning, why do you wear it?
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Nothing but your duty, René? Honestly, sounds like modesty to me.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drizon. 2 days later that was.
Oh shit.
And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Kill, Gaston. It's not murder in war.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
So, Gaston, kind of sounds like for all the sniping back and forth, you're a little proud of René.
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like René himself. Certainly not to me.
All right.
How did you find the story to be, officer?
It's like, no, this is not what I'm going to say, for sure. Even if it's some piece of shit princeling who got everyone killed. Yeah. Not leaving him to die is more impressive than leaving him to die. I don't necessarily know about this nostalgia crap, but I also, geez, I've been showing so much indecisiveness in my own mind as I try to figure out my politics. All right, let's do it. I think it's impressive, Gaston. Regardless of the, worthiness of the cause or of the victim saved.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer.
He points to the sun-shaped medal on René's chest.
Out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon.
He slams the heel of his boot in the ground.
Something you will never understand.
René, thanks for taking the time to tell me about that.
Bah!
His
There were
gaze
many
wanders
such
across the
stories in
bay.
those days. Many such men too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Hey, and you were one of them.
Oh yes, René, yes.
The jolly man
Men
nods
were
meekly.
bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please bring those days back, if you can.
Gaston, I think you have the right attitude towards nostalgia.
I'm not getting into this with you again.
He mumbles through clenched teeth, turns to you.
Officer, was there anything else?
I don't know, let me think.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Not right now. Maybe if I up my drama skills. I've got something reducing them right now. No, thank you, René. And Gaston. It's always interesting to talk to the two of you. What's the story with my drama right now? Oh, it's just neutral. Just pure intellect base. Do I have clothing that plays up drama? No. Fair enough. Okay. Running out of people who could maybe do a forgery for me that I can think of off the top of my head. Running out of any thoughts of what to do. It's 4 p.m., 1600 hours on a Tuesday. Gonna resist a little bit longer on taking the taking a hint about how to get Kim to come back today. Trying to remember if there's like a phone booth anywhere. Is it as simple as just calling me like, hey Kim, I know you're not technically my sponsor or anything, but
You caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
I mean, my only question is if you like forging, and I've lost my nerve to ask you, I guess. You know who I bet has forged a signature in his day? Everard Clare. And yet. Just feels like there are obvious shortcomings in a strategy of asking him to do this for me. Alright, here we have our big fake scab. Mercenary. It's not time for that yet. So, geez. We've got 5 in-game hours before... You lost? You look lost out of place. Yeah, well, at least I'm not a piece of shit racist. I am lost. Lost in the world. Not unlike the man who wrote that song. Actually, is Kanye really lost in the world anymore, or is he lost inside of himself? I don't know, but he's gone. He's long gone. Anything to get me deeper and deeper in debt to him. Maybe there's a sibling rivalry and his brother originally proposed this project. It's like, come on, right? Wouldn't you love to fuck it up for him? Over some beef, the two of you, some sibling rivalry from when you were like 8. Okay. Doesn't feel like there's anything obvious to do. And so... Alright. I'm breaking down on this, even though I've been very good so far, at least, of not actually abusing these saves to cheese rolls, and I'm still not going to. But for whatever reason, when I'm committing a level up for a risky thing, I just like to take a deep breath first. So let's improve my authority, and let's go see if we can get if I can somehow on third attempt seem impressive to Titus Hardie. If they're still even there. And who knows if they are. Oh, but we have unlocked the check. Not the Tommy Lahome check. The Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake so far does a wonderful job of reproducing Dragon Quest III, the Dragon Quest III that you know and love, if indeed you know it and or love it, with while like adding stuff in a way that doesn't like dilute the experience. Like they still have the monster arena in I can't remember what the town is called. Starts with a B, I think, or an R. But the added thing is that now all throughout the world they seeded the map with these little secret spots, and most of the many of the secret spots you can find friendly monsters, and then when you find them, you recruit them to that place where you can build little parties of 3 to go into the monster arena and fight. So it's a fun little system, but it also, even if you're already familiar with the game, you have an incentive now to wander the map and not just go to the places that you know where they are to proceed through the quests that you're familiar with. Which, and like, I'm familiar with this quest up to a little bit further than I've been in the game so far. And so the very cool thing about all this is that, you know, especially the early Dragon Quest games can sometimes be kind of notorious for being a bit of a grind. The first game is literally, the gameplay loop is just grinding. There's nothing else to it. But here, if you have to explore the whole map and you're getting in random combats along the way, I haven't felt the need to grind even once for money or experience to just feel a sense of progression, which is lovely. What is this? It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. Well, I'm not going to slurp up that spit. One of the things they added that I thought was really cool, I'll say, and then we'll do the Titus Hardie conversation, is didn't Moloch have giant titties? I don't know. Never met the lady. Or if I did, you know, I can't remember. If I met her, I probably, you know, was too distracted by threatening to kill myself in front of her. Yeah, the one thing they added was sort of an Ultima 4-esque character creation system. There's not that much to the character you create except the background. Every character has like a personality or a background, which is a system they added. And all the personality determines is sort of which stats go up faster and possibly slower when you level up, which does add something to the character development. But to get there, it's not a morality thing where they like, you know, do you show honor by doing that? It's just a bunch of questions, some of which are like, you know, do you dream often? In your dreams, are you being pursued? And I answered all these questions. And then at the end of it, the figure asking me the questions just read me for filth. She was like, I'm probably not getting the wording exactly right, but it was like, you know, you crave like being the center of attention and receiving praise, and you'll let other people have their turn to talk, but before long, you're always pulling the conversation back to yourself. You're aware of this shortcoming and you try to be subtle about it, but like and I was just like, oh man, oh no, I'm sorry, everybody.
Looks
like,
like
yep, okay,
the
yes.
circus left town.
That's me, based on my responses to these arbitrary questions in the Dragon Quest character creation. 72%. Come on, baby.
You have so many bad options.
Snake eyes.
Insane. There is no way in the world you won't do it this time.
Okay, if Kim was here, he'd know what to say.
You want to go get him, or you want to pester old Titus here.
No,
More of your questions.
I'm gonna take off now, Titus. Snake eyes. I think that's my first literal snake eyes too. There's no way she wants to forge this thing for me.
I've got nothing
Elizabeth?
to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
What are you gonna do to me?
What are we going to do to you?
Her laughter is a cold laughter, devoid of joy.
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway, you junior delinquent. But you still did.
The union isn't going to do anything to you.
Of course not.
It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
I just wanted to get you on the record with that, Elizabeth.
Uh-huh. Goddamn right it is.
That's right, Titus.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But
Shakes
we
her head.
digress.
Well, hey, maybe we'll talk later, Liz. Can I call you Liz? Huh. Well, we have found ourselves in a situation where it's like, what should I do? Try to wake a sleeping dock worker? I could go beat up Measurehead, except I'm not going to be able to. Put on my my sleeveless undershirt. Okay, hold on. What's the check for the lady in the bowels of the what have you? It's kind of a tough menu to navigate. I can't remember what the check is, or even if there is a check in the bowels of that building. I might as well go there for the moment. Not quite ready to swallow my pride and say, what can I do? How can I bring Kim back to me? But I'm getting closer and closer to the willingness to swallow my pride. But hold on. If the answer is as simple as just call him on the phone, I should look around and see if there's a phone box somewhere. Is there a phone here? No. What is this?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
Okay. I mean, maybe I want to buy a raincoat. It's up there.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Bad.
The bottles wink at you in the light.
No, they don't.
The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak.
No, my knees are sore because I'm getting old, but they're not weak.
There, in that dark green glass, all in vain.
No.
The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
This is not a good place for a recovering addict, which is what I am trying to be.
Guess not, no.
Oh, did I say that out loud? Don't worry about it.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. Thank you for not giving me the hard sell. I don't think this young lady has ever given anyone a hard sell on anything in her entire life. Maybe I should buy a raincoat. But honestly, is it really that bad of an idea for me to just have a bracing ice cold rain pouring on myself? I suppose it is if, like, I go to sleep at the end of day 2 and then it's like, oops, game over. You die of pneumonia. But until such time as that happens, I don't think there's anything for me to do here with this gate anymore, or at the moment. But who knows?
The tracks are as they have ever been.
Yeah.
A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
And, okay, what's the significance?
Maybe. Probably.
Oh, I get experience just for saying that to myself? Sweet.
An ominous warning of bad things ahead.
Aren't they all? I think I get it. I think I get it. Who is this lady? I don't know, but I can't talk to her from here. Wait. No. Well, let's go see if I'm even eligible to do the check. Meanwhile, how am I going towards my next point? Slowly but surely. There haven't been any major events so far today. It's all 5 XP, 5 XP. Hey, Plaisance. How's book bitching?
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
I recognize that I'm the last person in the world who should be giving anyone parenting advice, but I feel like maybe the pressure you're putting on Annette to be a good marketer for your bookshop is kind of making her anxious. She's been... Do you know she chews her nails?
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit.
Her voice is firm.
Over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
Sure.
A part of hers, too, clearly.
I don't know that getting over it is something she can just do, though.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
That's true. And obviously it's, what the market wants, but maybe a parent's job is to provide a respite from that for their children.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change.
Maybe I've really gotten through to her.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
She exhaled sharply and her shoulder slumped before she said that. Is this sincere?
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving. It's not... I don't know. Could it be...
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
So you're like Annette to your husband and your mother. There's a cycle here. I hope this isn't going too far.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
She shakes her head. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the guy. I don't know shit. But I know Annette a little bit. Hey, I'm glad to see she's sitting over there now.
My husband is completely different, of course.
So is that your husband, Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here.
She says gloomily.
Matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Wait, hold on. The Grand Couronne, what's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects.
Lady, I don't know nothing.
Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
But your husband is somewhat involved here running your bookshop?
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Sounds like a great provider. Isn't that an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had...
She pauses a second.
We couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Yeah, no kidding.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Why not, though? Like, I feel like he must be doing better than Kuno's dad, and he was able to take in Kuno AC.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy.
Her voice wavers.
Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a father. I hope I'm not. Because I can't imagine I'm doing great at it if I am.
I'm sure you do understand.
Oh. I mean, maybe. Maybe I understand what it's like to just be in a tough spot. Annette said she doesn't even go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
She nods. I hope so.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
All right. Well, good talk, I guess, Plaisance.
The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
I actually had a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
Oh, of course not. But how does these spirits and their curse, how do they manifest?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
No, we're trying to get her back into school because she'll benefit from being there. Not just to enforce rules against truancy. I think Annette would benefit from having some friends her age. And I don't necessarily want her to become friends with Kuno.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtains again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette was telling me that the previous tenants have all had financial troubles. But couldn't that just be because they tried to start a business in Martinez?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Oh, jeez. Do you have a super shotgun? Because that's what I always use to deal with the cacodemons.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Hey, 420. Strange. Maybe the curse is affecting me, because I kind of feel unwanted. What do you think that means?
Truly so?
Her eyes narrow. She tries to get a read on your energy.
You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Maybe I shouldn't. You know, I'm a police officer. Like, if you've been dealing with this curse, why didn't you just tell me right away?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Hold on, we have void wraiths and cacodemons? Have you sought help from anybody?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the curtains. Oh yeah, I fucked those wards up good.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness
Maybe
that
they
lies
used to.
further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough.
No fucking kidding. Is your pendant part of this whole thing? Or is that more of an emotional significance thing?
Oh, this.
She holds the pendant in her palm.
It's
ochre light glistens under the
Hymian
lights.
amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Oh, yes, right. I hope you didn't pay too much for it.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
And yet you still had to have Annette out in the cold. He's down the coast hunting some kind of fish monster. And then the wards, are those Simonese?
Yes, the Simonese are very crafty and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here.
Oh no, you need the big ones. For sure.
The woman looks aloof. her features much softer.
Well, hey.
Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
That's all I have to say for now, book peddler. Hey, Annette.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
Oh no. Did we just get her to refocus on a different source of anxiety?
You just can't win.
That is indeed what happened.
Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Well, what are you doing? Maybe I can help. If it's specifically like logic puzzles.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess.
It is better than standing outside in the cold. I don't know if math is what gets you rich.
Oh, I found something while you were away.
Oh? What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out.
Dick
Not
Mullen's
me.
hat.
The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat. It's almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. A detective hat.
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time.
She
You look
grins.
way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
She looks back at the infernal scribblings under her nose. Maybe when when my partner's back, I feel like he might be better at math than me. But hey, beats being on the cold. I'll see you around, Annette. Hey. Encyclopedia Brown over here. And it contributes, it goes well with the whole ensemble. And if it keeps the sleet out of my eyes when I go back outside, that'll be good. Smells like leather and sweat in here. Makes sense. It's a small gymnasium. Oh, better get my flashlight out. Not sure if there's anything to be tried up here right now, but we might as well check. It's over this way, right? Yeah. I missed it originally because of the darkness. You gotta already come around the corner. Okay. Anything we can try here?
Before, an iron safety curtain curves before your eyes. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney.
All right, think, Harry.
This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar.
Right.
The voices.
Okay. Let's go back down to the cellar, to the furnace. And we'll see if I can see if there's anything down there. I think I'm hearing the Coco Lumodaqua, whatever. Oh, good. The what a nice touch for your bear-shaped freezer. Give it terrifying glowing red eyes.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Okay. Well, I wet my whistle. I guess at some point I had a drink and that helped. But before I yell... Alright. It's not going to be, it's not super classy. But if it'll help me shout, I'll put on this trashy shirt. Totally ruin the look. We should try not to judge anybody just based on their appearance, but like if you meet a guy who's rocking a fedora and just a white undershirt, sleeveless undershirt, I don't know.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Hello?
You muster all your strength and yell. Your throat can produce little more than a dry croak. Awkward, since you already had a drink.
And just one drink, and that's it.
A lifetime of smoking and drinking would do that to you.
Yep. But I'm turning over a new leaf.
The chatter from the chimney continues on as before.
All right.
You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there.
I don't think I'm going to throw a skill point into
Again,
physical.
Maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe. I'll click on it on the way out. Smear my hands with coal. See if that does
A lush
anything.
layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
No, I don't think we need to express this feeling. Seems like it might be potentially problematic. Let's just...
Yes. How grown up. The furnace agrees.
Let's give this thing a gentle kick and hopefully not take physical damage.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Okay. But kicking it gave me a boost. I was hoping that would happen. Let's try it again. Huh. My health thing didn't actually even give me a thing. It just stopped me from dying, I guess. All right, here we go. 83%. Come on.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then...
Hello?
You hear a woman's voice answer.
You've awakened the entity.
Hello, are you there? Could you speak to me?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
Holy smokes. We are causing a thing to happen. Might be worth swinging by Frietz and see if I can just buy some pain pills at the drugstore. Because I am getting low. Should I take my last hit just to be at 2? I don't know. Yeah, come on. This tray is full of dice. Colorful polyhedral dice. Hundreds of them. Are we going to get more meta commentary on game design? Candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice. Hello.
I'm
She's just a dice maker. A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair. What time is it in the real world? Let me check. Oh, great. I got time. I got loads of time.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius.
She taps on her headphones. Oh, yeah.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
That's an interesting question.
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
Don't mind me shining a flashlight in your face. I just forgot to unequip it before I started this conversation.
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
And I will. But let's build some trust first. What do you mean by you're listening to your milieus?
Yes, a milie is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She pats the headphones on the table. Ah?
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
You might actually have me confused with someone else, because I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance?
She blinks.
You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
So what makes you think I want dice? I guess you seem to be a dice maker.
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Sure. Build trust. I like role-playing games, I think. I could use some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual.
I'll have to pawn some shit or something tomorrow, but I've already paid my bill for tonight. Okay.
Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
Well, first, let's get to know each other. How does one wind up being a Dicemaker in Revachol?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dyes out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
You an RPer yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Oh, so you've never had any of those kinds of RPers? The kind that if they found out you're not a real true gamer would be offended by your dice.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to order a die.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
I don't know. Can you think of a way in which you could make a die that helped me with police work? I know that sounds weird, but I'm a strange guy. Look at me.
I think I have just the right one for you.
She opens the top drawer of her work desk, takes something out. 2 polyhedrons, red and blue, a cradle in her palm.
Police colors.
Because I'm police, right?
Not the most original, I know. But
She smiles,
sometimes
almost
the obvious
apologizing.
choice is obvious because it's best.
Sometimes that's the case.
Here, catch.
Sometime.
You're a gift from me.
Oh, seriously? Oh, snap?
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
Uh-oh. I'm totally overthinking it, but I'm going to try to catch these.
Mr. Smooth.
Ha ha ha!
You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
I'm going to play it cool. No, I can't. Yes, playing it cool.
What are the odds? The red one
They were
is
low.
made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. Think of them as your lucky charm, officer.
I am going to do that.
She smiled at you. She smiled. You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
Yeah.
You'll definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything else?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I am pleased, as we discussed, and you have this view. Do you know anything about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Sure.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here.
But even if you didn't know him, like, you've got this great view of the courtyard. You didn't see, hear anything on Sunday night?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Daily ruckus.
Well, there's always something going on in the whirling's backyard.
She stops to try and come up with an example, like a lynching.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
I do believe that's a proper diagnosis.
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
Sure.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Never took your eyes off the work? Just not even a glance at the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
Okay, right.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Yeah, fair enough. You work a lot of Sundays?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Well, hey, this wasn't very helpful, but thanks anyway.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
how'd this turn out to be your workplace?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Yeah, so you do live here.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse. Does it mean she's unlawfully occupying a part of the house? Shameful.
I'm not going to worry about that. I've heard this place is cursed. You know, people call it the doomed commercial area? Kind of seems like your dice business is doing okay.
I've heard the stories.
She nods as the wind howls in the furnace shaft above. You know, Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced we got malicious energy everywhere up here.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady?
She raises her brows.
Her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
I don't... Oh, you know, yeah. The bookstore hasn't been doing so well. There's hardly any customers, so much that she got to keep her daughter out of school to keep the business going.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Hold on. The whirling is part of this whole area? Secret passage?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
But it's still a separate building. The malicious energies can't reach it.
And then there is me.
She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
It's not that strange. Look at you. You're competent. You're a dedicated craftsperson. Why would the curse affect you?
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work ethics? What you're describing isn't a curse, it's capitalism.
Accidental social commentary, my dear. It's one of my things.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Yeah, honestly, I'm starting to kind of think there's not really a curse. I wasn't really sold on the curse in the first place.
Exactly.
She pinches the root of her nose.
So disappointingly mundane and boring.
I don't know about always. That lynching we're talking about, that dude was shot in the head before he was lynched. That's an interesting bit of truth, huh?
I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
I don't know. Let me check inside my heart.
Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
And yet, I don't feel great about my odds here. I need the double sixes. Do you know what happened to any of the other tenants?
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
She adjusted her yellow scarf.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Well,
there was a hair salon here once, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
That's just part of being a big, strong man.
It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
To me, I think, like, what's wrong with a bit of experimenting? That's why I do this whole disco detective thing. They should have just been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Yeah. What about the gym? Like, don't working class men like to lift? To prove that they're not androgynous, genderless haircut dudes?
It wasn't really a gym. It was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Oh yeah, this is Artemitep, you know?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the
It's
gym
like Cuddy
as
from The
his
Wire.
way of giving back.
Oh man. Well, it's a shame if that failed, because, like, I don't know if you, I mean, you hear him sometimes. You can imagine how my young pal Kuno could really probably use this kind of role model in his life.
Kuno. Who's Kuno?
He's a little ginger gremlin. He's been out there throwing rocks at the corpse.
Oh, yes. You mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
She looks out of the window. It's actually oddly quiet there at the moment.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Nah. How'd this whole community project work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
That doesn't make any sense.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Okay, I'm going to take a brief intermission, folks. Run to the washroom. I'll be right back. We'll keep talking to the novelty Dicemaker. Hang tight. And we're back. Okay. Where were we? What's up with the broken window?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
Audio snuff? Horrifying.
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Yeah. I'm probably going to regret asking this. A snuff milieu?
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
People do that?
People do that.
I thought that was a...
I believe the ICP got them. They have a special division that deals exclusively with Sub Rosas.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to mess with the juggalos.
It's the Copperpedia reporting in. ICP stands for International Collaboration Police.
Oh.
In any case, I don't think it's your job to worry about what happens on Milius.
Unless that dude is lynched.
I even mentioned it. Things like that are better forgotten.
I'm certainly going to try to forget it. I saw a lot of mounts lying. Do people make stuffed animals here?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
Oh, yeah.
Anything else?
There's creepy mannequins, too.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists? What?
Mm-hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
Ah.
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket.
Yep, that'll happen.
And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of glad someone took care of the little guys. I don't know if it's such a big problem with insects. Except bedbugs. I hope that I don't have bedbugs in my whirling room.
Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Insects. Bugs. Lynching. There's something here. Gotta talk to Kim about this when I find him. What's with all the rotor blades and the skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Interesting. And what do they say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
She laughs, turns around in her chair.
But Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around in the house.
Didn't get seized, I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them?
Yeah. I found this weird machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes. Some remnant of memory lights up her face. Okay. Television doesn't exist in this world? Even though there's films?
She liked them.
Ha. Yeah, well, I mean, geez. They were ambitious.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
Oh, yeah. Did they have, by any chance, have a CEO who took all their money?
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean by liberal in this sense? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
Never got ready to go gold. What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway, as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
I mean, honestly, I read some of their design documents. It was impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
Drugs?
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
That's too bad. I would have kickstarted them. I would have thrown a couple of real their way. And the project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
I didn't say I would have invested all my savings. She tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the desk.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Critical fail.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
Well, yeah. I saw the scariest freezer of all time down there, the grizzly bear.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICD. You're in for a treat here.
Oh. She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees, like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
All right. What about their other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving. Okay. I don't know if I'm following
like
you.
She really didn't like those girls.
Didn't like the girls, yeah. Why?
Fritte does the same thing.
I know a girl just like that. The girl, she works at Fritte. Not very nice?
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop.
I don't think we need to take
Yes,
shots
that's
at
what
anyone's
happened
appearance.
with Ravishore ICT. And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples like she's trying to suppress a headache. So this didn't work out for some reason.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
It's a good thing I'm a quick forensic analyst, because we had actually, me and my buddy, my partner, we shoved a corpse in there.
Eventually, Ravishore ICT lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Well, I'm sure the bear was doing its best.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherian.
Megatherian?
Megatherian. A mega wild beast.
Okay, what's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life.
Oh, yeah. Inside of you is one great big bear.
By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have a mega wild beast. It's my necktie, but I've got it.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
I have no comment on drugs right now. I'm not ready to say that I don't do drugs, but I'm definitely not ready to say that I'm going back to it.
Understandable. You shouldn't do them. You're
Nods
a
the
police
Dicemaker.
officer after all.
Yeah.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad finishing the story. Some dust beams swirl in the afternoon air. Her eyes follow it idly. You made it seem like this was going to be a funny story.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
Well, I guess it's not a business, but they still have the intercom out there, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
No, I've only tried to get in touch with you by hurting my feet.
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
But you do have a doorbell there? Which one is it?
The one with an empty name card. It's the last one in the list. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
You'll get there. It's only been 10 years since you've been here. I guess I have some other questions.
Sure, I'm listening.
Hold on. Do I have more questions about the income?
Sure,
No, I don't.
Sure, I'm listening.
Actually, I guess not about the building, but maybe I have some other questions.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Here's a white check. We could retry it. 3%. Can we get the double sixes? Why? How is her business thriving?
You feel nothing.
Nah.
If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Not even a terrible roll, but I literally double sixes was the only way to survive that. No, I'm not going to be a fucking creep.
She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Well, hey, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Got my dice. I am not going to pawn them for 50 cents. What is my... I had at least one good thing, didn't I? Yes, this production schedule filament memory, which seems like it could wind up being relevant, but it's also in a pinch how I keep on getting a roof over my head as time goes by. Okay, what's my update here? Yeah, Plaisance isn't going to be thrilled, but I'm going to tell her about it. It's just the facts, man. Well, hey, you take care of yourself. This just seems like you're doing, but keep on keeping on. I'm glad somebody is just, you know, doing their thing and getting by. Would that we could all be so lucky. Maybe we'll get some. How much more? I mean, we're just in 5 experience point increments, just by just learning about things and people that don't even necessarily help with the case. We're making our way along. If I get another level up, screw it. I'll put another one in authority. I just continue to.
And also, do buy the books.
Did she ever say her name? I don't remember. But I talked to the entity. Her name's Nea. She makes dice.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
No. She's not a sorceress. She's not a malicious entity at all. She's a businesswoman, like you. More successful.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks perplexed. Well, let me tell you about capitalism.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down.
Yes. Plaisance is like, this is not a case like Lena, like, yeah, let's indulge her cryptozoology thing. I feel like Plaisance, there's a path to a happier life beyond this anxiety about a made-up curse.
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm.
Come on, empathy.
Just don't say
suggestion.
you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
So what should I say?
To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
I don't know.
You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
Comfort her with a lie? No. Let's take a shot. I don't know that the truth is what Plaisance wants or will be receptive to, but I don't know. Taking a cold hard look at the truth has been going okay for me this past day. She says there's no curse. Like, there's too many inconsistencies in the story of a curse.
Too many inconsistencies? What kind of talk is that?
Well, you're one of the inconsistencies because, like, you haven't gone into business.
I am not doing as well as it looks like I am.
She grasps her
I
pendant.
only have my Simone's wards to thank for the protection they provide.
Well, you're one, and then there's her. She's a novelty dice maker. She's been at it for a decade up there.
Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse.
Red blotches appear in her skin. This isn't going
I see
right.
that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective. The investigation is over. I just hope that you haven't made anything worse by going in there.
It seems like I might have made you worse.
Thank you for nothing.
Hey.
Please, do buy some books. Or
Level
be on
up.
your way.
She concludes and tucks the pendant away. I leveled up. Maybe I'll try with Titus again.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now.
Well, hey. Breathe easy, Plaisance, I guess. there anything new to say to Annette? Probably not.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Nah. Just came to say hi. See you around, Annette. I feel like for both Harry and myself, juicing authority is an offbeat choice. But it's what I gotta do. Keep this case moving. I'm gonna try it. Fortunately, I'm really, really good at getting involved in weird minutia to generate experience points. Will I just be humiliating myself again?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
He doesn't look particularly happy to see me. Oh, but I am Pagliacci. Okay, 83%. Come on.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen all this shit before? Is it at the precinct?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled
Simpatico.
with almost exclusively men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Yep. It's enough to drive a man to drink and do a lot of drugs and smoke himself dry.
You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot, but, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
I don't think there's anything wrong with, to some degree, chatting with the boys about girls' appearances. I think it's a little creepy to characterize them specifically as someone's daughter. But then again, it is actually funny if his daughter's got a good big butt on her, and he called her Apricot. All right, I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here.
Oh?
You must be, because you're just like cops, like real honest police. You drink beer, you sit around with your dick in your hand all day.
You got a problem with beer now?
Yes, but we don't need to get into my personal life.
Not quite there yet. Push on.
I'm a big fan of beer too. And of, jerking off instead of helping people. Being, useless, like the Hardie Boys.
You saying we don't help people?
Puts the beer down.
I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
Well, how do we know it was your efforts and not the dice seller?
They don't know, man. They weren't here.
Turns to
We
me.
had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations. All I see is a bunch of guys standing around talking about Monica's titties. While there's a rape victim around here.
So
according to you.
What? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
He picks the beer back up. Did you think about taking care of the victim?
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
It's not about who did it. Hey, look. This is working out. I'm selecting the dialogue choices before they appear. I'm in Harry Dubois' mind. It's not about who did it. It's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
He looks at her.
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
Just gotta reel him in slowly now.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect.
Hand to God. Trying to do that to everyone. At least for the last 36 hours.
If you don't, if you question her, harass her.
He taps the chin with his fist.
A freight train of pain, buddy.
What's her name?
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde.
He adjusts his cap.
I'm on due. With an O-U.
I met her.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Maybe that makes me relatable.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Let's try. Try to keep my cool.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, but no one notices. Your spine is too damn straight. None of these people would ever suspect you've met her.
Not sure why it's important to trick them about that.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
Yeah, I won't click on that one. What was her relationship with the mercenary? If there was one.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Okay, yeah.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident
Ah,
all
bruh.
over again.
I'm in here, sweetie.
Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
Settle down, Elizabeth. When did this happen?
He did it before we killed him.
Yeah.
He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
Be good to establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
He turns to Glenn.
Here you go, boss.
The tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. What's your relationship with her, Titus? Who's she to you?
I know her.
He looks around. An uncommon silence fills the room. Okay, you know her. How well do you know her?
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
Crosses his arms.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
So she's not from around here.
You mean Revachol? Nah, she's an immigrant. Or a drifter of some sort. Been staying here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Yeah, don't worry, Angus.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
I think actually Glenn raises a pretty fair point, Angus.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent.
Yeah, boys, if you could while the grown-ups are talking.
What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
So you partied. What kind of party? Guessing not a Mario party.
What do you think I meant?
I don't want to pry too. I don't want to get too personal. Sex?
Yeah, pretty much.
So the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all.
He states matter-of-factly.
I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
Yeah, I don't need that kind of detail.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're going to get for now.
All right. Thank you. I'll talk to her in a respectful way.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Yep. I'll remember. I'm going to take off, Titus. Good talk. Okay. She up there? Can we talk to her? Excuse me one moment, folks, while I glance at a message. Is she in this room? Well, hold on. See if she's out here. We've met her out here before. No. She's outside smoking, probably. Can I knock on her door? Hey, Squeaky. Hi. What's up? Okay. No. Can I knock on her? Is this her door? Can I knock on it?
The door is closed.
Let's knock.
Who is it?
Woman's voice answers, muffled by the door. Yep. My detective skills tell me that all checks out.
Somewhere, not far from here, the lieutenant is preparing her file. Clausia Amandu, he writes. You realize the detective should be here for what comes next. It could prove dangerous to go in alone.
Okay. Well, if that's what my gut tells me. I'll give her some space for the moment at least. There's probably no phone in this room, huh? No. I don't think I can take another crack at this, at fixing this.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Try to figure out my face. Try to fix the thing. I mean, I have a skill point. I could try to fix it. I don't know why that was what I would be doing right now. Maybe fixing it gives me 30 experience points. My gut tells me to wait for Kim. So, should I? I guess. Ooh. I do have the encyclopedia hat on. But I believe I still need to pump a skill point in. That bonus would then make the check even easier. Okay. Why would it be dangerous to speak to her without Kim? I can't think of a reason why. This guy doesn't actually talk, does he? He just... It's all about money, you know. Yeah, it's like leveling up, obviously. Like actually pumping a skill point in unlocks the white check, or doing something in game to get yourself a bonus, but not just exploiting the equipment system. $17:40, 5:40 p.m., so to speak. Do I have any new dialogue with our young lady now that I've talked about the general concept of sullen young ladies? Probably not. Maybe she likes my hat.
Is this about the questions again?
No. No. Never mind me. Should I say screw it and take a chance on something without Kim's help, either talking to the scab or the other thing? Should I break down and ask for a hint? Should I go into the union office and see if
Hola, wandering man.
There's a phone
How
I'm
can
missing?
I help you now?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll call you mañana. Heh. Ah, the loading screen said something about need something to do till Lieutenant Kitsurugi's back or something like that. Is that a sign? Just beg for a hint. And hold out a little bit longer. So I'm not super time pressed. I can go another hour. Of real life time, not game time. Who knows how much game time will be occupied in that hour. Do not even want to try talking to this guy before I've talked to the victim. Just walking around right now. Just thinking. Doesn't seem likely because I'm pretty sure I'd spoken to her the very last time, right before I ended last week. She always seems like a sophisticated lady who can probably fake handwriting. Why would she help me? To spite the Union? I don't think she cares that much. I don't think that's quite her relationship to this whole thing. Then again, do my best to hold out on pleading for a hint to get Kim to come home. If it does just turn out that the answer is you just gotta go to the phone, and the problem is just that I don't know where the phone is, well, I'll feel silly, but such is life. Hey Joyce, can you call my partner back for me?
Back. Good. What can I help you with?
Well, I got more questions about reality, I guess.
More lessons in basic reality?
There.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Should I try for the double sixes? I mean, why not?
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts already in your head. But it's not fully formed yet.
Oh, right. I have a thought.
And return to this later.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little
I don't know that you were, Joyce, but do take care. Go through the building. See if there's a phone somewhere on a wall that I missed. Probably not. What's this? Ah, it's just a thing with some stuff. Yeah, no, I don't need to steal this cheap postcard. Why would I do that? What would I have to gain by doing that? Is there anything going on in this empty room? No. I talked to a realtor in here. What's this? Oh, sweet. Free money. Finders keep, losers weep. That's just how it goes. Ooh. An orange thing to click on. There's moss on these bathroom tiles. Honest to God, moss. Disgusting. And there's no telephone in here. Which I suppose makes sense. I don't think this balcony has anything except the fellow who I haven't spoken to. Ooh. Curtain shift. Just a little. Someone watching me. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Anybody leave any change in here? No. This is a locked door. Yeah, nothing going on out here. Wait. Unless someone's left a tiny amount of money in this can. Nope. It rejected my click on the can. I'll take that as a sign. Roll with it like a failed skill check. I can't believe Kuno's not down for a little forgery. Let's go in his secret place. No, this isn't his secret place. This is the racist shitbird's secret place. Or regular home. This is Kuno's secret place. No, it's not. That's the exit of Kuno's secret place, which you get into through the yard. Okay. Seems unlikely that briefly talking about Kuno with the Dicemaker would have opened up some new bit of dialogue with Kuno, but who knows? We're converging rapidly on the point where I'm willing to say, all right, give me a nudge. Don't straight up tell me, but give me a little poke about how I could bring back Lieutenant Kim. But not quite yet. Unless you misinterpreted what I just said and you're typing too fast before I got to the not yet. Dubinsky, welcome. You've arrived not at the very end. I'm pleased to report. It's been it's a milling about day. I had one big breakthrough, which is that I established my authority with Titus Hardie. And actually I did manage to get the person in the big complex building to let me in. I don't know. Can we talk about your shack more?
The fuck do you want with it?
I don't know.
Good
Fair
call,
enough.
Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Righto. All right, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking...
Yeah, I know. No, don't even lie. I know you're glad to see me. I still can't do anything with these, can I?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Sitting at a desk, Lieutenant Kitsuragi fiddles with a pen, then writes something.
Yeah, I agree with that. He shouldn't be there. Doesn't look like there's any secret phone in Kuno's secret shack. And if there was, it would, be a... can with a thing tied through it. Well, after I'm up here, there's no way to go anywhere, is there? Or if there is, I've forgotten it. Oh well. Okay. I'm ready to ask for the gentlest of nudges. What might a lonely detective do to get his partner to come back to him? If I can't figure it out, it'll be okay. There's no one left to nudge me in the chat. Worst case scenario is just we do kind of twiddle our thumbs for a little bit longer. I got my room and board paid, so I'm not sweating that. Hello, Zorbred. He left to take the corpse to forensics. So he said he'll officially be back. Ah, okay. Just have to pass time. And, okay. I could, in theory, read a thing that made me pass out. Well, I think that's enough hint. I also need some item, possibly drugs. You know what? I should just pass time. I don't need to brute force getting Kim back. Now these doorbells don't work, and yet
call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
But I do have a thing I could read to kill some time.
Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
What if she's wrong that her doorbell doesn't work? I don't know why it would matter to ring it.
This button looks new, but someone has removed.
Nothing happens. Okay, what do I have in my possession that I could read to pass time? What do we have here? Photo of tattoos. La Fumée.
face of King Fleecell smiles at you. For some reason, the smile now strikes you as more forced than it did before.
It's because I'm learning about history. Well, let's catch up on international
This section
developments.
Includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Seminine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd.
I'm skipping all this? Some of this sounds interesting.
Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Okay, well, what's this Kunst and Kultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean
Kultur,
arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Valda is beyond you.
Because it's classy and cultured to do so.
It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand.
Okay, so there's a ledger. Okay.
As you leaf through this section,
well, if I find a ledger, I'm going to read the hell out of it.
Of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist.
If not, maybe we go back to
featuring
hopefully Plaisance isn't closed for the day.
Identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
Let's find out about this CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A.
Nah.
Made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Is it Cindy the Skull?
That certainly sounds like a certain delinquent youth who likes to harass you from her balcony.
Wonder if I can have new dialogue with her now. But what about this tip-top tournée?
The actual article is surprisingly light on details.
I'm not surprised by that at this point.
A page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing.
Right.
If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death toll.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, let's see what these commies have to say.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colourful drivers.
But they're going to pull the rug on me.
Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
Oh no. Is the Tip Top Tournée problematic now?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships.
Sure.
And then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Hold on. Let me flip back to the byline. Who's getting upset here about the Tip Top Tournée?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines.
Okay.
Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Excellus Buka.
Sure. It's 10,000 words long. So what's so bad with the sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental
say this.
as
I don't
the
watch a
joy
lot of
racing
WWE,
others around a track,
but
is reduced to an advertising opportunity.
when I occasionally do now, the fact that they started putting advertising on the ring mat, I don't like it.
Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right, but like it's still cool when they crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest.
Are you sure that's true though? Like what if there's just some like good maneuvering?
At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Oh, am I? Mr. Smug Leftist. Pretty sure I actually just like it.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave.
Well, I guess I never really thought about it that hard.
That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Well, this has been fun. Always nice to read up on how everything is terrible and you should never have fun. Is this purely a bed? Can I look under it?
The bed is still cold
Yeah.
from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Well, it was really engrossing, Kim. They're really putting a critical perspective on it that I never thought about. Can I do anything with this door? Is this even a door? This is a full-length mirror. No, it is a door. Just a locked door for some strange reason. In my own hotel room. Just walking around everywhere. It's horseshoe theory, though. Too many left turns, you wind up indistinguishable from the fascists. Not gonna go talk to Titus more. I just feel like he doesn't want to speak to me. And fair enough. Holding down the old tab key to see if there's anything I've missed anywhere. Is the shop still open? At the very least, the loiterer is still there. Wonder if there's anything else interesting to look at. Do I have new insight into tabletop games? Not going to buy the We're All game.
Boxes. There are new.
I don't want to talk to Plaisance about it either. Even though I do want to kill time. Not so badly that I want to hear Plaisance's thoughts about role-playing games.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen. Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
Let's... Hey, Plaisance. Anything to note up here?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an Innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that.
She waves her hand, casting aside the thought.
Law officers have at least some education.
Right, of course, yeah.
The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Right, so you recommend it?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
Does she really mean
you
this?
feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Easy come, easy go. I pretty much found this amount of money. I should trust my hunch. And maybe I...
A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy the read.
Thanks, Plaisance. Anything interesting over here? Probably won't buy more books.
It's not strictly
No.
about crime, romance, and biographies of...
No. I don't need to fill my head with any more paranormal nonsense. See if being a good customer opens up any Anything with Plaisance?
Hello again,
Nope.
esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Red.
Hey, thanks for saying that I'm esteemed. I don't think it's true, but I appreciate you saying it. Sometimes when Arabic students write emails to me, they address me as respected sir, and it does make you feel respected. I'm gonna check on Cindy the Skull before I start reading this book. Later on down the line, will I come to gravely regret that I didn't brute force getting Kim back? Quite possibly. But we're taking it as it comes. Who knows? Maybe the little... I doubt it. But maybe she has something to say. What's in there? Maybe I'll go in there on the way out. Hey, Cindy, I read your Q&A in the Call Me magazine.
Hello again, officers.
No.
Have you come to admire my mural?
No. Are you all right, Cindy? It's only me here. There's no officers. Do you have a phone in here? Not. I mean, I've been explicitly told now that this is not a. What's here? Ooh, drug pants. Working man jeans. No. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Okay. Well. Not getting anywhere with Cindy. Excuse me, man. You forge signatures often?
Give me a moment.
No. Geez, she's still having trouble breathing. That's not good. I'm not a doctor, but I know it's considered bad when you're having trouble breathing. Let's learn about The Greatest Innocence.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
Well. Nah. Yeah. Click on the one furnace grate and you can take the dirty pants. Click on the other one and you fall into the furnace and are burned alive. Like Groundskeeper Willie in the Nightmare on Elm Street Treehouse of Horror.
Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain.
Okay, but there's something here.
Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
I mean, why not? What else am I doing?
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first Innocence?
Is this an open book test? Because I'm thinking like near the start of the book.
Oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
That's so? All right. Give it to me.
Pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first Innocence. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores.
Is it Dolores Day?
Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful and beautiful on all her icons.
Sounds like quite an innocence.
Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps?
Dolores Ney Dubois, perhaps?
Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one.
What?
A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans.
I'm not gonna overdose on magnesium if I keep thinking this way.
Thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first Innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day.
Was it Sola?
Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history.
Of course.
She is often called an anti-innocence.
Yes, a guilt.
Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again?
Paracarnassian?
Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he
knew
was
it.
he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted
So the Innocences
as a
are
young
like
man
saints?
with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum.
Huh.
As the first Innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party.
Right out.
Question 2. Who was the strongest Innocence?
Easy.
Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
All right, well then try again. Come on. Come on, Brain, you've got my back.
An Innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world. A literal
Okay, so they're like the great men of
personification
history?
Traditionally, an Innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general. At least the parts that matter.
Yeah. Fascinating. Come on, Brain. Spit out the answer.
I can do better. Okay, so commonly an Innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The Innocence wins because an Innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help?
Oh, yeah, immensely.
Great. Dolores.
Was it Dolores?
Incorrect again.
Okay.
While she originated many modern institutions, launched several successful expeditions, and was even critical of the Innocentic system itself, and somehow keeps popping up in your mind, she is not often considered the strongest.
Okay.
Even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion.
Oh, thank you for that
self-control,
translation.
which
Come
could
on
be
now.
seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again?
I don't know that I would.
Please, relax.
Okay. Vesper Messina.
Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vespa and Messina. Care to try again?
Franca Negro.
Correct. Named the Innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue.
Did Franco Negro allow anything for the women?
Question 3. Who was the false Innocence?
Got
it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information.
Is that right? All right. I'm going to let you talk to me, brain.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Perusing. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the Innocence or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault.
Well, I mean, geez, if only the questions on this pop quiz were different, we'd be doing great.
At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false.
So I'm not saying it. The false innocence. Stepan the Despicable?
Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedriatic conquest, instead of the despotic Erno Pasternak. Would you try again?
Well, was it Erno Pasternak?
Correct.
Ha!
There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed
And we're
to
killing
have
time
innocent
successfully.
qualities, some who just thought so themselves.
Even if not as
Occasionally,
relevantly
they
as
have
this
the
ledger
support
apparently
of a
would.
faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen.
Sure.
The most famous and important of these was Erno Pasternak. He was into torture,
Bad.
despotism,
Bad.
hymns, cannons,
Bad.
and world conquest.
Bad.
But got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra.
Oh, I did know that.
Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who
Dolores?
was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind.
Could it be?
I've got it. Honest.
Let's reflect.
Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro.
You sure?
0 doubts.
I think I can see where this is going, but fine.
Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure, due to his militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego argues differently. Another choice, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Oh yes, militarism and nationalism. My bad. Yes, obviously.
All right. Was it Dolores?
Correct. The Mesk might
That
see
was what
Franco
my
Negro
gut
as the
told me.
father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow and more beautiful.
Sure about the beautiful thing? That feels like it might be crossing. There might be wires crossing my brain here.
Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get
100% because I eventually picked the right multiple choice answers?
an F for failure. Ha ha ha.
Well,
you would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you, you arrogant book.
You are shouting at an inanimate object like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
Yeah.
Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out. Forget about it.
I guess my hunch was wrong. Felt like in the bookstore, like this might matter. Oh, well. Something updated on the map? What's new? I think I saw it. Aha. The backyard wall. We can try it again. It's impossible, but who knows? We're right next to it too, so we might as well.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Oh, the dimming light helped. Still not very good odds. But you could always roll those sweet, sweet double sixes. Hold on. Do I have any conceptualization gear that I'm not wearing? No. Oh, wait, yes. Jeez. I forgot to take my bad shirt off, put my good one on.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing.
Hey, 17%. Now we're dealing with good odds. Well, whatever. Why not? What else am I doing?
Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
How ordinary? Exactly how ordinary is this wall? I've got to figure it out. She's not going to have warmed up to me. What if I talked to her from the other side of the fence? She probably still just says the same things. I can't remember, though. Maybe she says, "Hey, I'm great at forging." Might as well click all these observe the books options. Why not? I doubt they're gonna hit me with anything important. Book about the future. The government reads your mind or something. Book about Boyadero culture. Promotes freedom, roaming upstream. This book, you don't really understand what it's about. Doesn't seem important. And there's a book about pate. Okay.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet.
Well, no, I shouldn't put the thing in there. Shouldn't kick it. I might die. This door's not going to open. I already know that. Can't do those checks from here.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags."
And why am I looking at you?
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
I want to get you open.
The lock says, "Whirling in rags." Maybe the proprietor has the key.
How have I not done these clicks before?
Secrets wait inside. Beware. They're very painful secrets.
You don't say. All right. Hang tight, kids. Yeah, see, Kuno, he may put up a tough front, but he likes me. Because when I'm around, he's got the brain shit going on. The thinking shit. This place is bumping. Wonder if I can talk to any of these folks. But first. Wait. Woman handwrote yesterday's menu. Today's starts in a man's handwriting.
Can I help you?
I saw another thing at the whirling.
Great. I love those.
Your phone line's dead?
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
It's true there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I can't disclose my sources.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers.
Right.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill.
Hey, for sure. Meanwhile, you have this weird blue steel door in the kitchen?
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it? Do you have the...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably.
Righto.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. junk and dust.
Runs his finger across the counter, checking for dirt or dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Gart, now that we're friends, now that I've paid my bill 2 days in a row, I think I know you well enough to know you'd like to know.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
What about when you're off the clock?
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Alright, and I guess I can't ask you about the garbage can for some reason. Well, good talk, I suppose. Do you have any new dialogue, Lena? Because I'm desperate to kill some time here. No, you take care, you take care. Can I get some of my world-famous empathy with objects?
Steel door. Touch it. The cobalt blue surface feels rough.
Push it.
The door does.
No. Hey, pal. Any new dialogue options with you?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and
Hey.
gives you a little nod.
Keep it masked, buddy. Well, Elizabeth, I guess it is what you studied law for. This guy's just gonna have the same one bit of dialogue. Oh, it's a different line of dialogue about money. Okay. I don't know why I'm clicking back to this. I don't think there's anything new to do here.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately.
Significant somehow.
Maybe an ominous warning.
But yeah, we're not getting anywhere. You know what? I'm gonna do that thing again where I put down a save that I'm probably not going to wind up using. What's the worst that could happen if I talk to the victim? There's only one way to find out. I can't read about the Innocence for another hour and 40 minutes.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Somewhere, not far from here, the lieutenant is preparing.
Or is it literally not going to let
Who
me?
is it?
Somewhere, not far from here.
Okay. That's an official edict from the game system telling me I should have the lieutenant on hand. Okay. Guess I could buy another book if Plaisance is still open. Oops. Oh, what am I worried? These people all think I'm a freak anyway. They think I'm an exercise nut. Is that... it's not exactly worse. But I bet they've closed up shop. Let's find out. I mean, if this loiterer is still there. Don't all those books just get ruined? What kinds of books are these?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring...
No, I don't want to spend $9.
Shelves
9
filled
real,
to the
sorry.
brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective.
Hey, Plaisance. What do you think of all these crime books?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Not really so sure they do.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresent these books.
Yeah, we've read this
What's
before.
more, not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer.
No, I don't need a
Shelves
list of
filled
books.
to the brim.
All right. Wait, what if there's a biography of a famous person? Can I get a full-on biography of Dolores Day and just see if I can torture myself? Get a morale death.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Give me this weird book. Why not?
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
I don't know, Plaisance, but... don't even really know what I am looking for, so... might as well try it.
Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Maybe it'll give me an idea to further try to decipher Cindy's art.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general
Killing
benefits
time.
of the pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
And what's a pharmacopoeia, dare I ask?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here
folk
the timeless
wisdom.
wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery, in other words.
Sure, but does it speak to me?
Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you.
Nah, yeah.
It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pearl, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Anything in there about getting back your lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
Short-term memory's going great. I can remember every single opportunity I've seen to use my own skills. Since I woke up with that hangover yesterday. Okay, something that'll soothe the relentless torment of my existence?
Describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that.
I don't know. I can think of at least one herb. What about curing an apocalyptic hangover?
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
What else am I doing?
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Fresh mint.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Birchbark tea.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Some ginseng.
The combination of mint and birch bark make this tea relaxing and good for the digestion.
Experience
It
points
won't
for
do
that.
much for your hangover, though. Would you like to try again?
Sure. If it's going to keep me 5 experience
Very
points
well.
and killing time.
First, choose a base ingredient.
Ginger.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Aloe vera extract.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should give you more energy as a nice bonus.
Sweet. And where am I going to find all this?
From the pearl, of course. Or perhaps from some enterprising entrepreneur, where you would find one of those, though. The book does not say.
Well, is there anything else I can waste time? Just want some general health advice. Ho ho
The
ho.
general benefits of the pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
Just give me
Have
some
you
general
taken
health
any
advice.
walks through the pearl recently?
Maybe.
And on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being?
No.
You need to do that. It's important for opening up your agiogenous zones.
Right, and those are...
They're a series of psychic nodes located throughout your body. Unfortunately, the stresses of modern life often cause us to close off our agiogenous zones, which can result in all manner of physical and psychic ailments. Regular meditation in the pearl, however, can help to open up these zones, permitting the free flow of psychic energy throughout the body.
Oh, okay. In that case, yes. I'm a big meditator.
Good. And when you meditate, are you in the nude?
What? No, nope. I'm in my disco getup.
Nudity is the most important part.
We're done. No, don't take
Of the
15
many,
more of my
you
minutes.
Probably can't even take off your pants, can you?
Is Harry Dubois never nude?
Nor should you. Nudity is shameful. No officer of the law should ever be called sans pantalones.
No, I could take my pants off. That's in the menu. I just don't want to.
That feeling is the way.
I've had enough of this shit. Thank you. Okay. Sweet. As I run out of real world time, the opportunity arises to do a thing. Get some police work done. Remembering my purpose here. And then maybe get to bed early. That might not be a bad idea for regular me to try tonight. But probably an even better idea for Harry Dubois. So he definitely, the specific type of hangover he has definitely seems like a gonna last into the third day hangover. Hi, buddy. I didn't even need to talk to the old lady about him if he's just going to be standing here outside his door.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before he takes another drag from his cigarette.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Is it really? He's up against a wall. But hey, after this, when I'm working on my first crime novel to try to bring some realism to the genre, it's a deconstruction of the Dick Mullen archetype. This is good hard-boiled prose.
This feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
I got your hint. Found the key on a stone?
Beautiful.
He replies, smiling. As he looks at you, something sparkles in his eyes.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'm aiming for. Aren't we all?
Beautiful.
He says again. A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out his slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
He nods towards door 28. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'll talk to him. But first I'd like to talk to you. Got so many questions. But actually, if I can just say, I'm really digging the view.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place.
He looks away.
Martinez
cigarette
is
end
special,
glowing in the
isn't it?
dark. Is it special? I don't know. Why would I want to meet your friend? I mean, I'll meet him, but why?
Trust me. You do.
Very well. All right, I'll talk to him. But first, can we talk?
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
All right. I sure hope I'm not going to get murdered.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
You like cats?
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
Alone again, naturally.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Run where?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
All right. But you promise me we're going to talk again? It's important.
We'll talk.
He
Just
assures
not
me,
tonight.
brushing his hand through his hair. Just not tonight.
Take care, all right?
Boom, boom. Level up. Got a skill point. He slips off with his disarming smile.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Is it in here that his friend awaits me? Gotta do it right now. But my detective eyes take in the details of the room as I cross it to speak to him. An old photo of the same apartment. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. He's got a canopy bed. Made out of metal. Excuse me while I peek in this room, dude. Dishes soaked up in a pot. Empty ashtray. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local university. None of this is weird.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks. I'm just one man, but yes, hello.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
Well?
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
The well-manicured man.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-Laclay. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot.
Gotta keep him... Gotta do my empathy thing, but also keep him a little off balance.
Yes. Make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
Monsieur Villedron, before we get into that, just look at this. This is quite a bed, huh?
Oh, yes. My friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfortable.
Well, that's good.
That's really all I can tell you about it.
He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air sweeps in from the balcony.
That didn't work at all.
Ah, well. So, did you actually witness the lynching?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Well, would you start from the beginning, if you don't mind?
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
Like a scary play?
No, no. I mean, it was so strange. I could barely believe what was happening.
Because they shot him and then hung him after he was dead?
I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body.
Yep, that is the
Then
strange
I saw
detail.
all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one.
Nobody wants to be the
That's
witness.
when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
So who were they? Could you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
Nah. He paused, trying to find that wording.
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
You should hear the slacker children. How many of them?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8.
That is a number that's less than 10. And carrying on?
I went back inside.
So you didn't actually see anything?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Men? Women? The voices?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
Any descriptive details? Accents?
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
Okay, and then?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
So what do you mean nothing happened? It was a public lynching, like you said.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots.
They'd already
no
shot him.
celebratory shouts. No anything.
And you didn't call it in?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock.
For sure.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
I mean, could you at least give me a time frame?
All I can say is that it was late.
So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Well. Thank you for wasting my time, Sunday friend.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance.
What are you doing here anyway? An official like you.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy.
Oh, people do crazy things in the face of inflation.
The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Right, and how does that end up with you here?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here.
Naturally.
You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Right, so you're a bureaucrat.
Yes, as I said before, I'm a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability.
He glances at his watch.
This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the moral intern is joking or not.
What do you mean by an international community?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
Right. What do I call them?
Your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration.
Of course. So you're really you're in charge of the price stability?
It is the most important thing.
Okay. But that doesn't tell me
It's
anything.
the central goal of any
Why is it
monetary
important?
policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
And how does this all benefit us?
Take your daily bread, for example. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce.
Sure.
That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Below 2% of what?
Not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're really not answering any questions that I ask you.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
All right, yeah, sure. Give me the pamphlet.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the Moral Inter. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist.
Righto,
But
Sunday friend.
I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line.
No, I can't.
Making
Phone line's out in my
information
hotel.
available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency.
So, talk to me like I was born yesterday. The
It's
Moral
the
Intern?
International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
You consider yourself a moralist?
But of course,
And why?
because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Doesn't really... This place doesn't feel either normal or stable.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
How about the rest of Revachol?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
It's kind of funny, because whenever I get into these ideological discussions, I keep reverting to none of the above. Does that make me a moralist?
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
It's usually the most boring one.
Not boring, my friend. Responsible.
Ah.
Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are.
I'm murder police.
Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Tell me about Sur le Clef.
What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern,
Sur le Clé,
urbanized
sorry.
country that
The
measures
F is
very
silent.
high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS.
Can you define that acronym?
Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
And what makes us, here in Revichol, the darling of the Sur le Clé?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Right.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur le Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Hey. All right, enough business.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Your friend, I find myself drawn to him. What's his story?
My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
And what's Kedra?
Kedra
again?
is a candidate member of APIS.
Of course.
But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
Sure. What?
That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Okay. Can we go back and define the acronym EPIS?
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality and commerce.
It's good to standardize
It was
things.
such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success.
So could you-
Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
Could you just walk me through the acronym itself?
Why? It stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole.
But the letters themselves.
It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level.
Are you just going to go on? You're not even listening to me?
A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
Righto. It's going to be like this place
You
here?
mean Revachol? No. It's going to have transparent democracy.
Revichol going to be part of the EPIS?
It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Didn't you say the candidate members don't become real members?
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation.
And maybe some equivocation?
But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Yeah. How does a suit like you and a free-spirited young man,
How
why are
did
you
any of
friends?
us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola. Oil platforms ablaze in the night. Civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
What does this have to do with a friendship? This doesn't sound like the start of a friendship between two people.
Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are.
Okay.
Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
And so, you still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry. Who?
Your friend. Smoker on the balcony you were just talking about?
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
I can kind of tell you're not really listening to me, so I can say sincerely that I hate you. What's his real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
But you could tell me that he's here to study the arts.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which ones?
He's a truly free spirit. She likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
Does he do forgeries? Why are you here in his home by yourself? Like, I just wish you would tell me anything.
I'm just enjoying the view.
What view? It's fucking dark out. It's nighttime.
Listen.
He says, raising his hand.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Hold on. There's a baby crying.
No, listen.
He says again, looking outside.
The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without
good question, Zorbred.
a kitchen.
No. But I might this could easily be a thing where, you know, my mind has kind of started to shift to having supper. I might consolidate my awareness of what the hell is going on. Right now, I am in Harry Dubois' shoes very much.
But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
He knocks on the balcony door, his face mirrored in the darkened glass. So I was asking about your friend?
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
Righto. So I had something else in
I'm
mind to ask you
all
about.
ears, officer.
Yeah. I got everything I need from you.
A moment, officer.
Oh, do you need something from me?
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Hold on, why can't we talk later?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
Sure.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments.
Well, okay. In that sense of understanding what, like, I did pick up on the detail of, you know, he finds the young man's bed comfortable, and also he won't tell me about the nature of their friendship. All right. Well, I'm just going to take a look around the apartment if you don't. Is that cool with you?
Sure. Go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Let me know if you have any further questions.
Wait, that's the exit. No, that's the exit. Well, no. I'm not going to steal his party dragon silk robe. Or his weird hat. It's distasteful to just be robbing some guy. Click on this guy one more time.
Was there anything else? I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Because you did it, eh?
Because I did it?
I'm just messing with you.
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of murder.
Now, come on. Don't jerk my chin around, Mr. Bureaucrat. You did it.
What's the meaning of this?
Back off, now. This man has diplomatic immunity.
I'm just messing with you.
To accuse.
Well, I can certainly understand that. That hanging was a surreal play. Everything since then has been too. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting something. That's when I understood. I went
proceed.
inside. Officer, well,
all right.
That's eventually their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Does this seem a little strange?
I don't have anything else to add.
You just tell me when it happened?
All I can say is that it was late.
You didn't even glance at your watch. Like the watch that I've seen you glance at, like several times during this conversation, which you invited me to. So it's kind of insulting.
My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
Okay, but you didn't...
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
All right, well, those are my
Of
questions.
course, anything I can do to assist the RCA.
Thank you.
Of course.
Got everything
I'm
I
glad
need.
could help.
He doesn't have Michael Caine's voice, but I can see the resemblance, and I will also say that I could imagine him what am I trying to say? I can imagine Michael Caine playing a character like that. Although the character would have Michael Caine's voice. Because Michael Caine is not a voice. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe I'm not thinking Michael Caine roles. Maybe I'm just holding his Alfred against him, where he played a butler with a Cockney accent. All right. Well, perfect timing in terms of told Danielle I'd wrap up right about now. Technically 5 minutes ago. But honestly, that's not bad. I don't think she'll complain. I think she'll say, wow, you kind of almost wrapped up at the time you said you were going to wrap up. Is anything started going on here? Nope. Well. What better end to the session than to also end the day? Kim will be back. Hopefully we haven't lost too much time. And we have, at the very least, a sexual assault victim to sensitively interview.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Yeah, I'll just sleep my clothes. It's all good. Nighty-night.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away.
Just gotta go through,
But you can't
get through the night.
No, you have to stay always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why do you say that?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You
know I'm
wish
alive, at
you
least.
could curl up into a fetal ball of safety, but you cannot because of the pain.
Oh, the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to take my foot off the gas here.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
I'm sorry, cells. Because it was all me. I did this. To you and to me and to us. It's my fault.
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
I think I probably need some medical attention.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay.
I don't need to be so cynical.
The Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
There's more than I can do than that. I can try to not make it worse.
Stuck here in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I mean, I have been. A couple days now. I've been looking at people all the time. Honestly, I kind of like some of them.
Sure
It's
you
better than looking
do.
at myself in the mirror.
They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some
My Harry
greater
Dubois, at the very
awareness?
least, is a humanist.
Look at all these lights blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Sure, why shouldn't it?
Let it. Let it.
I'll rejoin it
But
in the
it
morning.
never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
I'm really more of a disco guy. Well, here we are. Get up, Harry. Shake it off. Here we are. It's hump day. Though for at least some of our friends, it kind of seems like Tuesday was hump day this week. Ho ho. All right. Sweet. Continuing to have a great time playing Disco Elysium. I almost said playing Disco Inferno. Sweet. All right. Well, that's where I'll wrap up for today. Like I said, but I'm looking forward to doing more of this next weekend. We're, one's my gut tells me this is like a 1 week game, but is that 1 work week? 5 days? Is it a full week? It doesn't feel like a world of weekends, but who knows? Like maybe there's a rug pull. Maybe the massacre goes down on Thursday if we don't stop it. Who knows? I mean, plenty of people do, but I don't. I don't know a goddamn thing. And I'm looking forward to finding out more. This was fun. This game is great. And certainly a game that rewards blind play. I think obviously I have a preference to try to go in blind to games. But it's particularly rewarding for blind play when it's like, there's no getting stuck on a puzzle. Just keep on clicking on things and see what happens. And watch the story unfold based on your choices. It's great. It's really good. It's cool. I like it. Well, what else are we doing here coming up? Well, come Wednesday, barring unforeseen disaster, Gregory will be here for Greg and James Beat 'em Up, our effort to play every beat 'em up that ever was. A totally different kind of vibe from Disco Elysium, but a good vibe nonetheless. We'll be playing a game called Riot Zone USA, can't remember the developer, and a game that I can remember the developer of, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs by Capcom. Pretty excited for that, even though I never saw an episode of that cartoon when I was a kid. It's rock solid, high concept, stuck with me. So I'm really looking forward to giving that a shot. And yeah, should be cool. I know which character I assume I will be picking to play as first. Then, come Friday, again barring unforeseen disaster, because there's always the possibility of that when you're trying to get multiple people together, we're playing Frosthaven, a little show we like to call Friday Night Frosthaven. We're not in the middle. We're like right near the end of the Depths of Delirium scenario. We're going to put it all on the line. We're going to see if we can win. And then, when that's all over and done with, we are going to hopefully have time to also cram in an outpost phase so that we can jump into the next scenario on our list the next time. We'll see. Maybe it'll take longer than I thought to wrap up Depths of Delirium. There's only one way to find it. Next Saturday, Again, barring unforeseen disaster, but it's looking promising for Jamie Rose, my drag persona, to make her return after her debut last month. She's going to be playing Leisure Suit Larry in the Land of the Lounge Lizards. A little Sierra sex comedy text adventure, or graphic and text adventure. Text parser graphic adventure game. I love Sierra games with their text parsers. I have been trying to figure out, should I do the Leisure Suit Larry series, or is it going to be too cringe? Like, am I just going to be cringing the whole time, feeling embarrassed? Well, maybe I will, but I know who won't. That's the Professor, Jamie Rose, my drag persona. So the only caveat is that there's a lot more setup to do the drag streaming. So hopefully it goes well and we do it. I think I'm gonna have some good laughs and a good time. I'm really looking forward to it. There'll be annoying nasal laughs, but it's the weird voice I chose for my drag character. Yeah, so that should be cool. And then next Sunday, we'll be back in Martinez on Wednesday morning. Lieutenant Kim's going to be back. We have investigations to take care of. We can go down the coast now. The canal lock is going to be open. I'm excited. You're excited. Onwards and upwards, team. Or is it going to turn out to be downwards? I don't know. I really don't know what's coming. I'm excited. Well, hey, that's it. That's all there is. So if you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around till the end. If you came and you left, you cannot hear my voice. I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So hey, thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when we're in the world looking at people together, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet. Vive le Canada!